giving out its strength. One cask of Parisienne may last a family till spring. It is, as the reader will anticipate, a feeble beverage, but very pleasant to the taste. What with dinner and coffee, it was long past 3 before I left Saint-Germain-de-Calbert. I went down beside the garden of Mialy, a great glaring watercourse devoid of water, and through Saint-Étienne-de-Vallée Française, or Val Francisque, as they used to call it, and towards evening began to ascend the hill of Saint-Pierre. It was a long and steep ascent. Behind me an empty carriage returning to Saint-Jean-du-Gard kept hard upon my tracks, and near the summit overtook me. The driver, like the rest of the world, was sure I was a peddler, but, unlike others, he was sure of what I had to sell. He had noticed the blue wool which hung out of my pack at either end, and from this he had decided, beyond my power to alter his decision, that I dealt in blue wool collars, such as decorate the neck of the French draught horse. I had hurried to the topmost powers of Modestine, for I dearly desired to see the view upon the other side before the day had faded. But it was night when I reached the summit. The moon was riding high and clear, and only a few grey streaks of twilight lingered in the west. A yawning valley, gulfed in blackness, lay like a hole in created nature at my feet, but the outline of the hills was sharp against the sky. There was Mount Aiguille, the stronghold of Castanet. And Castanet, not only as an active undertaking leader, deserves some mention among camisards, for there is a spray of rose among his laurel, and he showed how, even in a public tragedy, love will have its way. In the high tide of war he married, in his mountain citadel, a young and pretty lass called Mariette. There were great rejoicings, and the bridegroom released 25 prisoners in honor of the glad event. 7 months afterwards, Mariette, the princess of the Savans, as they called her in derision, fell into the hands of the authorities, where it was like to have gone hard with her. But Castanet was a man of execution, and loved his wife. He fell on Valororgue, and got a lady there for a hostage, and for the first and last time in that war there was an exchange of prisoners. Their daughter, pledge of some starry night upon Mount Aiguille, has left descendants to this day. Modestine and I, it was our last meal together, had a snack upon the top of Saint-Pierre, I on a heap of stones, she standing by me in the moonlight and decorously eating bread out of my hand. The poor brute would eat more heartily in this manner, for she had a sort of affection for me, which I was soon to betray. It was a long descent upon Saint-Jean-du-Gard, and we met no one but a carter, visible afar off by the glint of the moon on his extinguished lantern. Before 10 o'clock we had got in and were at supper, 15 miles and a stiff hill in little beyond 6 hours. Farewell, Modestine. On examination, on the morning of the 3rd of October, Modestine was pronounced unfit for travel. She would need at least 2 days' repose, according to the ostler, but I was now eager to reach Alais for my letters, and, being in a civilized country of stagecoaches, I determined to sell my lady friend and be off by the diligence that afternoon. Our yesterday's march, with the testimony of the driver who had pursued us up the long hill of Saint Pierre, spread a favorable notion of my donkey's capabilities. Intending purchasers were aware of an unrivaled opportunity. Before 10 I had an offer of 25 francs, and before noon, after a desperate engagement, I sold her, saddle and all, for 35. The pecuniary gain is not obvious, but I had bought freedom into the bargain. Saint Jean du Gard is a large place, and largely Protestant. The mayor, a Protestant, asked me to help him in a small matter which is itself characteristic of the country. The young women of the savans profit by the common religion and the difference of the language to go largely as governesses into England, and here was one, a native of Miali, struggling with English circulars from 2 different agencies in London. I gave what help I could, and volunteered some advice, which struck me as being excellent. One thing more I note. The phylloxera has ravaged the vineyards in this neighborhood, and in the early morning, under some chestnuts by the river, I found a party of men working with a cider press. I could not at first make out what they were after, and asked one fellow to explain. Making cider, he said. "Oui, c'est comme ça. Comme dans le Nord." There was a ring of sarcasm in his voice. The country was going to the devil. It was not until I was fairly seated by the driver, and rattling through a rocky valley with dwarf olives, that I became aware of my bereavement. I had lost Modestine. Up to that moment I had thought I hated her, but now she was gone, and oh, the difference to me. For 12 days we had been fast companions. We had traveled upwards of 120 miles, crossed several respectable ridges, and jogged along with our 6 legs by many a rocky and many a boggy by-road. After the first day, although sometimes I was hurt and distant in manner, I still kept my patience, and as for her, poor soul, she had come to regard me as a god. She loved to eat out of my hand. She was patient, elegant in form, the color of an ideal mouse, and inimitably small. Her faults were those of her race and sex, her virtues were her own. Farewell, and if forever, Father Adam wept when he sold her to me. After I had sold her in my turn, I was tempted to follow his example, and being alone with a stage driver and 4 or 5 agreeable young men, I did not hesitate to yield to my emotion. A mountain town in France, a fragment 1879, originally intended to serve as the opening chapter of Travels with a Donkey in the Savans. Le Monastir is the chief place of a hilly canton in Haute-Loire, the ancient Villers. As the name betokens, the town is of monastic origin, and it still contains a towered bulk of monastery and a church of some architectural pretensions, the seat of an archpriest and several vicars. It stands on the side of a hill above the river Gazelle, about 15 miles from Le Puy, up a steep road where the wolves sometimes pursue the diligence in winter. The road, which is bound for Vivarais, passes through the town from end to end in a single narrow street. There you may see the fountain where women fill their pitchers. There also some old houses with carved doors and pediments and ornamental work in iron. For Monastir, like Maybole in Ayrshire, was a sort of country capital, where the local aristocracy had their town mansions for the winter, and there is a certain baron still alive and, I am told, extremely penitent, who found means to ruin himself by high living in this village on the hills. He certainly has claims to be considered the most remarkable spendthrift on record. How he set about it, in a place where there are no luxuries for sale, and where the board at the best inn comes to little more than a shilling a day, is a problem for the wise. His son, ruined as the family was, went as far as Paris to sow his wild oats, and so the cases of father and son mark an epoch in the history of centralization in France. Not until the latter had got into the train was the work of Richelieu complete. It is a people of lace-makers. The women sit in the streets by groups of 5 or 6, and the noise of the bobbins is audible from one group to another. Now and then you will hear one woman clattering off prayers for the edification of the others at their work. They wear gaudy shawls, white caps with a gay ribbon about the head, and sometimes a black felt brigand hat above the cap, and so they give the street color and brightness and a foreign air. A while ago, when England largely supplied herself from this district with the lace called Torcan, it was not unusual to earn 5 francs a day, and 5 francs in Monastir is worth £1 in London. Now, from a change in the market, it takes a clever and industrious workwoman to earn from 3 to 4 in the week, or less than an eighth of what she made easily a few years ago. The tide of prosperity came and went, as with our northern pitmen, and left nobody the richer. The women bravely squandered their gains, kept the men in idleness, and gave themselves up, as I was told, to sweethearting and a merry life. From week's end to week's end it was one continuous gala in Monastir. People spent the day in the wine shops, and the drum or the bagpipes led on the buries up to 10 at night. Now these dancing days are over. Il n'y a plus de jeunesse, said Victor the Garcon. I hear of no great advance in what are thought the essentials of morality, but the bury, with its rambling, sweet, interminable music, and alert and rustic figures, has fallen into disuse, and is mostly remembered as a custom of the past. Only on the occasion of the fair shall you hear a drum discreetly rattling in a wine shop, or perhaps one of the company singing the measure while the others dance. I am sorry at the change, and marvel once more at the complicated scheme of things upon this earth, and how a turn of fashion in England can silence so much mountain merriment in France. The lace-makers themselves have not entirely forgiven our countrywomen, and I think they take a special pleasure in the legend of the northern quarter of the town, called Elonglade, because there the English freelances were arrested and driven back by the potency of a little Virgin Mary on the wall. From time to time a market is held, and the town has a season of revival. Cattle and pigs are stabled in the streets, and pickpockets have been known to come all the way from Lyons for the occasion. Every Sunday the country folk throng in with daylight to buy apples, to attend Mass, and to visit one of the wine shops, of which there are no fewer than 50 in this little town. Sunday wear for the men is a green tailcoat of some coarse sort of drugget, and usually a complete suit to match. I have never set eyes on such degrading raiment. Here it clings, there bulges, and the human body, with its agreeable and lively lines, is turned into a mockery and laughing stock. Another piece of Sunday business with the peasants is to take their ailments to the chemist for advice. It is as much a matter for Sunday as church-going. I have seen a woman who had been unable to speak since the Monday before, wheezing, catching her breath, endlessly and painfully coughing, and yet she had waited upwards of 100 hours before coming to seek help, and had the week been twice as long, she would have waited still. There was a canonical day for consultation, such was the ancestral habit, to which a respectable lady must study to conform. 2 conveyances go daily to Le Puy, but they rival each other in polite concessions rather than in speed. Each will wait an hour or 2 hours cheerfully while an old lady does her marketing or a gentleman finishes the papers in a café. The courier, such is the name of one, should leave Le Puy by 2 in the afternoon on the return voyage, and arrive at Monastir in good time for a 6 o'clock dinner. But the driver dares not disoblige his customers. He will postpone his departure again and again, hour after hour, and I have known the sun to go down on his delay. These purely personal favors, this consideration of men's fancies, rather than the hands of a mechanical clock, as marking the advance of the abstraction, time, makes a more humorous business of stage-coaching than we are used to see it. As far as the eye can reach, one swelling line of hilltop rises and falls behind another, and if you climb an eminence, it is only to see new and farther ranges behind these. Many little rivers run from all sides in cliffy valleys, and one of them, a few miles from Monastir, bears the great name of Loire. The mean level of the country is a little more than 3,000 feet above the sea, which makes the atmosphere proportionally brisk and wholesome. There is little timber except pines, and the greater part of the country lies in moorland pasture. The country is wild and tumbled rather than commanding, an upland rather than a mountain district, and the most striking as well as the most agreeable scenery lies low beside the rivers. There, indeed, you will find many corners that take the fancy, such as made the English noble choose his grave by a Swiss streamlet, where nature is at her freshest, and looks as young as on the 7th morning. Such a place is the course of the Gazelle, where it waters the common of Monastir and thence downward till it joins the Loire, a place to hear birds singing, a place for lovers to frequent. The name of the river was perhaps suggested by the sound of its passage over the stones, for it is a great warbler, and at night, after I was in bed in Monastir, I could hear it go singing down the valley till I fell asleep. On the whole, this is a Scottish landscape, although not so noble as the best in Scotland, and by an odd coincidence the population is, in its way, as Scottish as the country. They have abrupt, uncouth, Fifeshire manners, and accost you, as if you were trespassing, with an oustceq vos alleys, only translatable into the lowland "Where are ye gone?" They keep the Scottish Sabbath. There is no labour done on that day but to drive in and out the various pigs and sheep and cattle that make so pleasant a tinkling in the meadows. The lace makers have disappeared from the street. Not to attend Mass would involve social degradation, and you may find people reading Sunday books, in particular a sort of Catholic monthly visitor on the doings of Our Lady of Lourdes. I remember one Sunday, when I was walking in the country, that I fell on a hamlet and found all the inhabitants, from the patriarch to the baby, gathered in the shadow of a gable at prayer. One strapping lass stood with her back to the wall and did the solo part, the rest chiming in devoutly. Not far off, a lad lay flat on his face asleep among some straw, to represent the worldly element. Again, this people is eager to proselytize, and the postmaster's daughter used to argue with me by the half hour about my heresy, until she grew quite flushed. I have heard the reverse process going on between a Scotswoman and a French girl, and the arguments in the two cases were identical. Each apostle based her claim on the superior virtue and attainments of her clergy, and clinched the business with a threat of hellfire. Pars born praetors ICI, said the Presbyterian, born praetors en ecosi. And the postmaster's daughter, taking up the same weapon, plied me, so to speak, with the butt of it instead of the bayonet. We are a hopeful race, it seems, and easily persuaded for our good. One cheerful circumstance I note in these guerrilla missions, that each side relies on hell, and Protestant and Catholic alike address themselves to a supposed misgiving in their adversary's heart. And I call it cheerful, for faith is a more supporting quality than imagination. Here, as in Scotland, many peasant families boast a son in holy orders. And here also, the young men have a tendency to emigrate. It is certainly not poverty that drives them to the great cities or across the seas, for many peasant families, I was told, have a fortune of at least 40,000 francs. The lads go forth pricked with the spirit of adventure and the desire to rise in life, and leave their homespun elders grumbling and wondering over the event. Once, at a village called Lawson, I met one of these disappointed parents, a drake who had fathered a wild swan and seen it take wing and disappear. The wild swan in question was now an apothecary in Brazil. He had flown by way of Bordeaux, and first landed in America, bareheaded and barefoot, and with a single halfpenny in his pocket. And now he was an apothecary. Such a wonderful thing is an adventurous life. I thought he might as well have stayed at home. But you never can tell wherein a man's life consists, nor in what he sets his pleasure, one to drink, another to marry, a third to write scurrilous articles and be repeatedly caned in public, and now this fourth, perhaps, to be an apothecary in Brazil. As for his old father, he could conceive no reason for the lad's behavior. I had always bred for him, he said, he ran away to annoy me. He loved to annoy me. He had no gratitude. But at heart he was swelling with pride over his travelled offspring, and he produced a letter out of his pocket, where, as he said, it was rotting, a mere lump of paper rags, and waved it gloriously in the air. "This comes from America," he cried, 6,000 leagues away. And the wine-shop audience looked upon it with a certain thrill. I soon became a popular figure, and was known for miles in the country. oustceq vus alleys, was changed for me into koi, vus renters or monastia ce swa. And in the town itself every urchin seemed to know my name, although no living creature could pronounce it. There was one particular group of lace makers who brought out a chair for me whenever I went by, and detained me from my walk to gossip. They were filled with curiosity about England, its language, its religion, the dress of the women, and were never weary of seeing the Queen's head on English postage stamps, or seeking for French words in English journals. The language, in particular, filled them with surprise. "Do they speak patois in England?" I was once asked, and when I told them not, then, French, said they. "No, no," I said, "not French." Then they concluded, "They speak patois. You must obviously either speak French or patois." Talk of the force of logic, here it was in all its weakness. I gave up the point, but proceeding to give illustrations of Ray native jargon, I was met with a new mortification. Of all patois they declared that mine was the most preposterous and the most jocose in sound. At each new word there was a new explosion of laughter, and some of the younger ones were glad to rise from their chairs and stamp about the street in ecstasy, and I looked on upon their mirth in a faint and slightly disagreeable bewilderment. Bread, which sounds a commonplace, plain-sailing monosyllable in England, was the word that most delighted these good ladies of Monastia. It seemed to them frolicsome and racy, like a page of Pickwick, and they all got it carefully by heart, as a stand-by, I presume, for winter evenings. I have tried it since then with every sort of accent and inflection, but I seem to lack the sense of humor. They were of all ages, children at their first web of lace, a stripling girl with a bashful but encouraging play of eyes, solid married women, and grandmothers, some on the top of their age and some falling towards decrepitude. One and all were pleasant and natural, ready to laugh and ready with a certain quiet solemnity when that was called for by the subject of our talk. Life, since the fall in wages, had begun to appear to them with a more serious air. The stripling girl would sometimes laugh at me in a provocative and not unadmiring manner, if I judge aright, and one of the grandmothers, who was my great friend of the party, gave me many a sharp word of judgment on my sketches, my heresy, or even my arguments, and gave them with a wry mouth and a humorous twinkle in her eye that were eminently Scottish. But the rest used me with a certain reverence, as something come from afar and not entirely human. Nothing would put them at their ease but the irresistible gaiety of my native tongue. Between the old lady and myself I think there was a real attachment. She was never weary of sitting to me for her portrait, in her best cap and brigand hat, and with all her wrinkles tidily composed, and though she never failed to repudiate the result, she would always insist upon another trial. It was as good as a play to see her sitting in judgment over the last. "No, no," she would say, "that is not it. I am old, to be sure, but I am better looking than that. We must try again." When I was about to leave she bade me goodbye for this life in a somewhat touching manner. "We should not meet again," she said, it was a long farewell, and she was sorry. But life is so full of crooks, old lady, that who knows? I have said goodbye to people for greater distances and times, and, please God, I mean to see them yet again. One thing was notable about these women, from the youngest to the oldest, and with hardly an exception. In spite of their piety, they could twang off an oath with Sir Toby Belch in person. There was nothing so high or so low, in heaven or earth or in the human body, but a woman of this neighborhood would whip out the name of it, fair and square, by way of conversational adornment. My landlady, who was pretty and young, dressed like a lady and avoided patois like a weakness, commonly addressed her child in the language of a drunken bully. And of all the swearers that I ever heard, commend me to an old lady in Gondit, a village of the Loire. I was making a sketch, and her curse was not yet ended when I had finished it and took my departure. It is true she had a right to be angry, for here was her son, a hulking fellow, visibly the worse for drink before the day was well begun. But it was strange to hear her unwearying flow of oaths and obscenities, endless like a river, and now and then rising to a passionate shrillness, in the clear and silent air of the morning. In city slums, the thing might have passed unnoticed, but in a country valley, and from a plain and honest countrywoman, this beastliness of speech surprised the ear. The conductor, as he is called, of roads and bridges was my principal companion. He was generally intelligent, and could have spoken more or less falsetto on any of the trite topics, but it was his specialty to have a generous taste in eating. This was what was most indigenous in the man. It was here he was an artist, and I found in his company what I had long suspected, that enthusiasm and special knowledge are the great social qualities, and what they are about, whether white sauce or Shakespeare's plays, an altogether secondary question. I used to accompany the conductor on his professional rounds, and grew to believe myself an expert in the business. I thought I could make an entry in a stonebreaker's time book, or order manure off the wayside with any living engineer in France. Gondit was one of the places we visited together, and Lawson, where I met the apothecary's father, was another. There, at Lawson, George Sand spent a day while she was gathering materials for the Marquise de Villemur, and I have spoken with an old man, who was then a child running about the inn kitchen, and who still remembers her with a sort of reverence. It appears that he spoke French imperfectly. For this reason George Sand chose him for companion, and whenever he let slip a broad and picturesque phrase in patois, she would make him repeat it again and again till it was graven in her memory. The word for a frog particularly pleased her fancy, and it would be curious to know if she afterwards employed it in her works. The peasants, who knew nothing of letters and had never so much as heard of local color, could not explain her chattering with this backward child, and to them she seemed a very homely lady and far from beautiful. The most famous man-killer of the age appealed so little to Valasian swineherds. On my first engineering excursion, which lay up by Crouseuils towards Mount Mizank and the borders of Ardèche, I began an improving acquaintance with the foreman road mender. He was in great glee at having me with him, passed me off among his subalterns as the supervising engineer, and insisted on what he called the gallantry of paying for my breakfast in a roadside wine shop. On the whole, he was a man of great weather wisdom, some spirits, and a social temper. But I am afraid he was superstitious. When he was 9 years old, he had seen one night a company of bourgeois dames qui faisaient la ménage avec des chaises, and concluded that he was in the presence of a witch's Sabbath. I suppose, but venture with timidity on the suggestion, that this may have been a romantic and nocturnal picnic party. Again, coming from Pradles with his brother, they saw a great empty cart drawn by 6 enormous horses before them on the road. The driver cried aloud and filled the mountains with the cracking of his whip. He never seemed to go faster than a walk, yet it was impossible to overtake him, and at length, at the corner of a hill, the whole equipage disappeared bodily into the night. At the time, people said it was the devil qui s'amusait à faire ci. I suggested there was nothing more likely, as he must have some amusement. The foreman said it was odd, but there was less of that sort of thing than formerly. C'est difficile, he added, à expliquer. When we were well up on the moors and the conductor was trying some road metal with the gauge, "Hark," said the foreman, "do you hear nothing?" We listened, and the wind, which was blowing chilly out of the east, brought a faint, tangled jangling to our ears. "It is the flocks of Vivarais," said he. "For every summer, the flocks out of all Ardèche are brought up to pasture on these grassy plateaux. Here and there a little private flock was being tended by a girl, one spinning with a distaff, another seated on a wall and intently making lace. This last, when we addressed her, leaped up in a panic and put out her arms, like a person swimming, to keep us at a distance, and it was some seconds before we could persuade her of the honesty of our intentions. The conductor told me of another herdswoman from whom he had once asked his road while he was yet new to the country, and who fled from him, driving her beasts before her, until he had given up the information in despair. A tale of old lawlessness may yet be read in these uncouth timidities. The winter in these uplands is a dangerous and melancholy time. Houses are snowed up, and wayfarers lost in a flurry within hail of their own fireside. No man ventures abroad without meat and a bottle of wine, which he replenishes at every wine shop, and even thus equipped he takes the road with terror. All day the family sits about the fire in a foul and airless hovel, and equally without work or diversion. The father may carve a rude piece of furniture, but that is all that will be done until the spring sets in again, and along with it the labors of the field. It is not for nothing that you find a clock in the meanest of these mountain habitations. A clock and an almanac, you would fancy, were indispensable in such a life. Edinburgh. Picturesque notes. Edinburgh. Chapter I. Introductory. The ancient and famous metropolis of the north sits overlooking a windy estuary from the slope and summit of 3 hills. No situation could be more commanding for the head city of a kingdom, none better chosen for noble prospects. From her tall precipice and terraced gardens she looks far and wide on the sea and broad champaigns. To the east you may catch at sunset the spark of the May lighthouse, where the Firth expands into the German Ocean, and away to the west, over all the Carse of Stirling, you can see the first snows upon Ben Ledi. But Edinburgh pays cruelly for her high seat in one of the vilest climates under heaven. She is liable to be beaten upon by all the winds that blow, to be drenched with rain, to be buried in cold sea fogs out of the east, and powdered with the snow as it comes flying southward from the Highland hills. The weather is raw and boisterous in winter, shifty and ungenial in summer, and a downright meteorological purgatory in the spring. The delicate die early, and I, as a survivor, among bleak winds and plumping rain, have been sometimes tempted to envy them their fate. For all who love shelter and the blessings of the sun, who hate dark weather and perpetual tilting against squalls, there could scarcely be found a more unhomely and harassing place of residence. Many such aspire angrily after that somewhere else of the imagination, where all troubles are supposed to end. They lean over the great bridge which joins the new town with the old, that windiest spot, or high altar, in this northern temple of the winds, and watch the trains smoking out from under them and vanishing into the tunnel on a voyage to brighter skies. Happy the passengers who shake off the dust of Edinburgh, and have heard for the last time the cry of the east wind among her chimney tops. And yet the place establishes an interest in people's hearts. Go where they will, they find no city of the same distinction. Go where they will, they take a pride in their old home. Venice, it has been said, differs from all other cities in the sentiment which she inspires. The rest may have admirers, she only, a famous fair one, counts lovers in her train. And indeed, even by her kindest friends, Edinburgh is not considered in a similar sense. These like her for many reasons, not any one of which is satisfactory in itself. They like her whimsically, if you will, and somewhat as a virtuoso dotes upon his cabinet. Her attraction is romantic in the narrowest meaning of the term. Beautiful as she is not so much beautiful as interesting. She is preeminently Gothic, and all the more so since she has set herself off with some Greek airs, and erected classic temples on her crags. In a word, and above all, she is a curiosity. The Palace of Holyrood has been left aside in the growth of Edinburgh, and stands grey and silent in a workman's quarter, and among breweries and gas-works. It is a house of many memories. Great people of yore, kings and queens, buffoons, and grave ambassadors, played their stately farce for centuries in Holyrood. Wars have been plotted, dancing has lasted deep into the night, murder has been done in its chambers. There Prince Charlie held his phantom levees, and in a very gallant manner represented a fallen dynasty for some hours. Now, all these things of clay are mingled with the dust. The king's crown itself is shown for sixpence to the vulgar, but the stone palace has outlived these changes. For 50 weeks together, it is no more than a show for tourists and a museum of old furniture, but on the 51st, behold the palace reawakened and mimicking its past. The Lord Commissioner, a kind of stage sovereign, sits among stage courtiers, A coach and six and clattering escort come and go before the gate. At night, the windows are lighted up, and its near neighbors, the workmen, may dance in their own houses to the palace music. And in this the palace is typical. There is a spark among the embers, from time to time the old volcano smokes. Edinburgh has but partly abdicated, and still wears, in parody, her metropolitan trappings. Half a capital and half a country town, the whole city leads a double existence. It has long trances of the one and flashes of the other. Like the King of the Black Isles, it is half alive and half a monumental marble. There are armed men and cannon in the citadel overhead. You may see the troops marshalled on the high parade, and at night after the early winter evenfall, and in the morning before the laggard winter dawn, the wind carries abroad over Edinburgh the sound of drums and bugles. Grave judges sit bewigged in what was once the scene of imperial deliberations. Close by in the High Street perhaps the trumpets may sound about the stroke of noon, and you see a troop of citizens in tawdry masquerade, tabard above, heather mixture trouser below, and the men themselves trudging in the mud among unsympathetic bystanders. The grooms of a well-appointed circus tread the streets with a better presence. And yet these are the heralds and pursuivants of Scotland, who are about to proclaim a new law of the United Kingdom before 20 boys, and thieves, and hackney coachmen. Meanwhile every hour the bell of the university rings out over the hum of the streets, and every hour a double tide of students, coming and going, fills the deep archways. And lastly, one night in the springtime, or say one morning rather, at the peep of day, late folk may hear the voices of many men singing a psalm in unison from a church on one side of the old High Street, and a little after, or perhaps a little before, the sound of many men singing a psalm in unison from another church on the opposite side of the way. There will be something in the words about the dew of Hermon, and how goodly it is to see brethren dwelling together in unity. And the late folk will tell themselves that all this singing denotes the conclusion of 2 yearly ecclesiastical parliaments, the parliaments of churches which are brothers in many admirable virtues, but not specially like brothers in this particular of a tolerant and peaceful life. Again, meditative people will find a charm in a certain consonancy between the aspect of the city and its odd and stirring history. Few places, if any, offer a more barbaric display of contrasts to the eye. In the very midst stands one of the most satisfactory crags in nature, a base rock upon dry land, rooted in a garden, shaken by passing trains, carrying a crown of battlements and turrets, and describing its warlike shadow over the liveliest and brightest thoroughfare of the new town. From their smoky beehives, 10 stories high, the unwashed look down upon the open squares and gardens of the wealthy and gay people sunning themselves along Prince's Street, with its mile of commercial palaces all beflagged upon some great occasion. See, across a gardened valley set with statues, where the washings of the old town flutter in the breeze at its high windows. And then, upon all sides, what a clashing of architecture! In this one valley, where the life of the town goes most busily forward, there may be seen, shown one above and behind another by the accidents of the ground, buildings in almost every style upon the globe. Egyptian and Greek temples, Venetian palaces and Gothic spires, are huddled one over another in a most admired disorder, while, above all, the brute mass of the castle and the summit of Arthur's Seat look down upon these imitations with a becoming dignity, as the works of nature may look down upon the monuments of art. But nature is a more indiscriminate patroness than we imagine, and in no way frightened of a strong effect. The birds roost as willingly among the Corinthian capitals as in the crannies of the crag. The same atmosphere and daylight close the eternal rock and yesterday's imitation portico, and as the soft northern sunshine throws out everything into a glorified distinctness, or easterly mists, coming up with the blue evening, fuse all these incongruous features into one, and the lamps begin to glitter along the street, and faint lights to burn in the high windows across the valley, the feeling grows upon you that this also is a piece of nature in the most intimate sense, that this profusion of eccentricities, this dream in masonry and living rock, is not a drop scene in a theatre, but a city in the world of everyday reality, connected by railway and telegraph wire with all the capitals of Europe, and inhabited by citizens of the familiar type, who keep ledgers, and attend church, and have sold their immortal portion to a daily paper. By all the canons of romance, the place demands to be half deserted and leaning towards decay. Birds we might admit in profusion, the play of the sun and winds, and a few gypsies encamped in the chief thoroughfare, but these citizens, with their cabs and tramways, their trains and posters, are altogether out of key. Chartered tourists, they make free with historic localities, and rear their young among the most picturesque sights with a grand human indifference. To see them thronging by, in their neat clothes and conscious moral rectitude, and with a little air of possession that verges on the absurd, is not the least striking feature of the place. 1. And the story of the town is as eccentric as its appearance. For centuries it was a capital thatched with heather, and more than once, in the evil days of English invasion, it has gone up in flame to heaven, a beacon to ships at sea. It was the jousting ground of jealous nobles, not only on Greenside or by the king's stables, where set tournaments were fought to the sound of trumpets and under the authority of the royal presence, but in every alley where there was room to cross swords, and in the main street, where popular tumult under the blue blanket alternated with the brawls of outlandish clansmen and retainers. Down in the palace John Knox reproved his queen in the accents of modern democracy. In the town, in one of those little shops plastered like so many swallows' nests among the buttresses of the old cathedral, that familiar autocrat, James VI, would gladly share a bottle of wine with George Heriot the goldsmith. Up on the Pentland Hills, that so quietly look down on the castle with the city lying in waves around it, those mad and dismal fanatics, the sweet singers, haggard from long exposure on the moors, sat day and night with tearful psalms to see Edinburgh consumed with fire from heaven, like another Sodom or Gomorrah. There, in the grass market, stiff-necked, covenanting heroes offered up the often unnecessary, but not less honorable, sacrifice of their lives, and bade eloquent farewell to sun, moon, and stars, and earthly friendships, or died silent to the roll of drums. Down by yon outlet rode Graham of Claverhouse and his 30 dragoons, with the town beating to arms behind their horses' tails, a sorry handful thus riding for their lives, but with a man at the head who was to return in a different temper, make a dash that staggered Scotland to the heart, and die happily in the thick of fight. Their Aikenhead was hanged for a piece of boyish incredulity. There, a few years afterwards, David Hume ruined philosophy and faith, an undisturbed and well-reputed citizen, and thither, in yet a few years more, Burns came from the plough-tail, as to an academy of gilt unbelief and artificial letters. There, when the great exodus was made across the valley, and the new town began to spread abroad its draughty parallelograms and rear its long frontage on the opposing hill, there was such a flitting, such a change of domicile and dweller, as was never excelled in the history of cities. The cobbler succeeded the earl, the beggar ensconced himself by the judge's chimney, what had been a palace was used as a pauper refuge, and great mansions were so parcelled out among the least and lowest in society, that the hearthstone of the old proprietor was thought large enough to be partitioned off into a bedroom by the new one. These sentences have, I hear, given offence in my native town, and a proportionable pleasure to our rivals of Glasgow. I confess the news caused me both pain and merriment. May I remark, as a balm for wounded fellow townsmen, that there is nothing deadly in my accusations. Small blame to them if they keep ledgers, 'tis an excellent business habit. Church-going is not, that ever I heard, a subject of reproach. Decency of linen is a mark of prosperous affairs, and conscious moral rectitude one of the tokens of good living. It is not their fault if the city calls for something more specious by the way of inhabitants. A man in a frock-coat looks out of place upon an Alp or pyramid, although he has the virtues of a Peabody and the talents of a Bentham. And let them console themselves, they do as well as anybody else. The population of, let us say, Chicago would cut quite as rueful a figure on the same romantic stage. To the Glasgow people I would say only one word, but that is of gold. I have not yet written a book about Glasgow. Chapter 2 Old Town. The land's the old town, it is pretended, is the chief characteristic, and, from a picturesque point of view, the liver wing of Edinburgh. It is one of the most common forms of depreciation to throw cold water on the whole by adroit over-commendation of a part, since everything worth judging, whether it be a man, a work of art, or only a fine city, must be judged upon its merits as a whole. The old town depends for much of its effect on the new quarters that lie around it, on the sufficiency of its situation, and on the hills that back it up. If you were to set it somewhere else by itself, it would look remarkably like Stirling in a bolder and loftier edition. The point is to see this embellished Stirling planted in the midst of a large, active, and fantastic modern city, for there the two react in a picturesque sense, and the one is the making of the other. The old town occupies a sloping ridge or tail of diluvial matter, protected, in some subsidence of the waters, by the castle cliffs which fortify it to the west. On the one side of it and the other the new towns of the south and of the north occupy their lower, broader, and more gentle hilltops. Thus, the quarter of the castle overtops the whole city and keeps an open view to sea and land. It dominates 4 miles on every side, and people on the decks of ships, or ploughing in quiet country places over in Fife, can see the banner on the castle battlements, and the smoke of the old town blowing abroad over the subjacent country. A city that is set upon a hill. It was, I suppose, from this distant aspect that she got her nickname of Auld Reekie. Perhaps it was given her by people who had never crossed her doors, day after day, from their various rustic piskas. They had seen the pile of building on the hilltop, and the long plume of smoke over the plain, so it appeared to them, so it had appeared to their fathers tilling the same field, and as that was all they knew of the place, it could be all expressed in these 2 words. Indeed, even on a nearer view, the old town is properly smoked, and though it is well washed with rain all the year round, it has a grim and sooty aspect among its younger suburbs. It grew, under the law that regulates the growth of walled cities in precarious situations, not in extent, but in height and density. Public buildings were forced, wherever there was room for them, into the midst of thoroughfares. Thoroughfares were diminished into lanes, houses sprang up story after story, neighbor mounting upon neighbor's shoulder, as in some black hole of Calcutta, until the population slept 14 or 15 deep in a vertical direction. The tallest of these lands, as they are locally termed, have long since been burnt out, but to this day it is not uncommon to see 8 or 10 windows at a flight, and the cliff of building which hangs imminent over Waverley Bridge would still put many natural precipices to shame. The cellars are already high above the gazer's head, planted on the steep hillside. As for the garret, all the furniture may be in the pawnshop, but it commands a famous prospect to the Highland Hills. The poor man may roost up there in the centre of Edinburgh, and yet have a peep of the green country from his window. He shall see the quarters of the well-to-do fathoms underneath, with their broad squares and gardens. He shall have nothing overhead but a few spires, the stone-top gallants of the city, and perhaps the wind may reach him with a rustic pureness, and bring a smack of the sea, or of flowering lilacs in the spring. It is almost the correct literary sentiment to deplore the revolutionary improvements of Mr. Chambers and his following. It is easy to be a conservator of the discomforts of others. Indeed, it is only our good qualities we find it irksome to conserve. Assuredly, in driving streets through the black labyrinth, a few curious old corners have been swept away, and some associations turned out of house and home. But what slices of sunlight, what breaths of clean air, have been let in! And what a picturesque world remains untouched! You go under dark arches, and down dark stairs and alleys. The way is so narrow that you can lay a hand on either wall, so steep that, in greasy winter weather, the pavement is almost as treacherous as ice. Washing dangles above washing from the windows, the houses bulge outwards upon flimsy brackets, you see a bit of sculpture in a dark corner, at the top of all, a gable and a few crow steps are printed on the sky. Here, you come into a court where the children are at play and the grown people sit upon their doorsteps, and perhaps a church spire shows itself above the roofs. Here, in the narrowest of the entry, you find a great old mansion still erect, with some insignia of its former state, some scutcheon, some holy or courageous motto, on the lintel. The local antiquary points out where famous and well-born people had their lodging, and as you look up, out pops the head of a slatternly woman from the countess's window. The Bedouins camp within Pharaoh's palace walls, and the old warship is given over to the rats. We are already a far way from the days when powdered heads were plentiful in these alleys, with jolly, port wine faces underneath. Even in the chief thoroughfares Irish washings flutter at the windows, and the pavements are encumbered with loiterers. These loiterers are a true character of the scene. Some shrewd Scotch workmen may have paused on their way to a job, debating church affairs and politics with their tools upon their arm. But the most part are of a different order, skulking jailbirds, unkempt, barefoot children, big-mouthed, robust women, in a sort of uniform of striped flannel petticoat and short tartan shawl, among these, a few supervising constables and a dismal sprinkling of mutineers and broken men from higher ranks in society, with some mark of better days upon them, like a brand. In a place no larger than Edinburgh, and where the traffic is mostly centred in 5 or 6 chief streets, the same face comes often under the notice of an idle stroller. In fact, from this point of view, Edinburgh is not so much a small city as the largest of small towns. It is scarce possible to avoid observing your neighbours, and I never yet heard of anyone who tried. It has been my fortune, in this anonymous accidental way, to watch more than one of these downward travellers for some stages on the road to ruin. One man must have been upwards of 60 before I first observed him, and he made then a decent, personable figure in broadcloth of the best. For 3 years he kept falling, grease coming and buttons going from the square-skirted coat, the face puffing and pimpling, the shoulders growing bowed, the hair falling scant and grey upon his head, and the last that ever I saw of him, he was standing at the mouth of an entry with several men in moleskin, 3 parts drunk, and his old black raiment daubed with mud. I fancy that I still can hear him laugh. There was something heart-breaking in this gradual declension at so advanced an age. You would have thought a man of 60 out of the reach of these calamities. You would have thought that he was niched by that time into a safe place in life, whence he could pass quietly and honourably into the grave. One of the earliest marks of these degringolades is, that the victim begins to disappear from the new town thoroughfares, and takes to the high street, like a wounded animal to the woods. And such an one is the type of the quarter. It also has fallen socially. A scutcheon over the door somewhat jars in sentiment where there is a washing at every window. The old man, when I saw him last, wore the coat in which he had played the gentleman 3 years before, and that was just what gave him so preeminent an air of wretchedness. It is true that the overpopulation was at least as dense in the epoch of lords and ladies, and that nowadays some customs which made Edinburgh notorious of yore have been fortunately pretermitted. But an aggregation of comfort is not distasteful like an aggregation of the reverse. Nobody cares how many lords and ladies, and divines and lawyers, may have been crowded into these houses in the past, perhaps the more the merrier. The glasses clink around the china punch bowl, someone touches the virginals, there are peacock's feathers on the chimney, and the tapers burn clear and pale in the red firelight. That is not an ugly picture in itself, nor will it become ugly upon repetition. All the better if the like were going on in every second room, the land would only look the more inviting. Times are changed. In one house, perhaps, 20 families herd together, and, perhaps, not one of them is wholly out of the reach of want. The great hotel is given over to discomfort from the foundation to the chimney tops, everywhere a pinching, narrow habit, scanty meals, and an air of sluttishness and dirt. In the first room there is a birth, in another a death, in a third a sordid drinking bout, and the detective and the Bible reader cross upon the stairs. High words are audible from dwelling to dwelling, and children have a strange experience from the first. Only a robust soul, you would think, could grow up in such conditions without hurt. And even if God tempers his dispensations to the young, and all the ill does not arise that our apprehensions may forecast, the sight of such a way of living is disquieting to people who are more happily circumstanced. Social inequality is nowhere more ostentatious than at Edinburgh. I have mentioned already how, to the stroller along Prince's Street, the High Street callously exhibits its back garrets. It is true, there is a garden between. And although nothing could be more glaring by way of contrast, sometimes the opposition is more immediate, sometimes the thing lies in a nutshell, and there is not so much as a blade of grass between the rich and poor. To look over the South Bridge and see the Cowgate below full of crying hawkers, is to view one rank of society from another in the twinkling of an eye. One night I went along the Cowgate after everyone was abed but the policeman, and stopped by hazard before a tall land. The moon touched upon its chimneys, and shone blankly on the upper windows. There was no light anywhere in the great bulk of building, but as I stood there it seemed to me that I could hear quite a body of quiet sounds from the interior. Doubtless there were many clocks ticking, and people snoring on their backs. And thus, as I fancied, the dense life within made itself faintly audible in my ears, family after family contributing its quota to the general hum, and the whole pile beating in tune to its timepieces, like a great disordered heart. Perhaps it was little more than a fancy altogether, but it was strangely impressive at the time, and gave me an imaginative measure of the disproportion between the quantity of living flesh and the trifling walls that separated and contained it. There was nothing fanciful, at least, but every circumstance of terror and reality, in the fall of the land in the High Street. The building had grown rotten to the core. The entry underneath had suddenly closed up so that the scavenger's barrow could not pass. Cracks and reverberations sounded through the house at night. The inhabitants of the huge old human beehive discussed their peril when they encountered on the stair. Some had even left their dwellings in a panic of fear, and returned to them again in a fit of economy or self-respect, when, in the black hours of a Sunday morning, the whole structure ran together. with a hideous uproar, and tumbled story upon story to the ground. The physical shock was felt far and near, and the moral shock travelled with the morning milkmaid into all the suburbs. The church bells never sounded more dismally over Edinburgh than that grey forenoon. Death had made a brave harvest, and, like Samson, by pulling down one roof destroyed many a home. None who saw it can have forgotten the aspect of the gable. Here it was plastered, there papered, according to the rooms. Here the kettle still stood on the hob, high overhead, and there a cheap picture of the Queen was pasted over the chimney. So, by this disaster, you had a glimpse into the life of 30 families, all suddenly cut off from the revolving years. The land had fallen, and with the land how much? Far in the country, people saw a gap in the city ranks, and the sun looked through between the chimneys in an unwanted place. And all over the world, in London, in Canada, in New Zealand, fancy what a multitude of people could exclaim with truth, "The house that I was born in fell last night." Chapter 3. The Parliament close time has wrought its changes most notably around the precinct of St. Giles's Church. The church itself, if it were not for the spire, would be unrecognizable. The crams are all gone, not a shop is left to shelter in its buttresses, and zealous magistrates and a misguided architect have shorn the design of manhood, and left it poor, naked, and pitifully pretentious. As St. Giles's must have had in former days a rich and quaint appearance now forgotten, so the neighbourhood was bustling, sunless, and romantic. It was here that the town was most overbuilt, but the overbuilding has been all rooted out, and not only a free fairway left along the high street with an open space on either side of the church, but a great porthole, knocked in the main line of the lands, gives an outlook to the north and the new town. There is a silly story of a subterranean passage between the castle and Holyrood, and a bold Highland piper who volunteered to explore its windings. He made his entrance by the upper end, playing a strathspey. The curious footed it after him down the street, following his descent by the sound of the chanter from below, until all of a sudden, about the level of St. Giles's, the music came abruptly to an end, and the people in the street stood at fault with hands uplifted. Whether he was choked with gases, or perished in a quag, or was removed bodily by the evil one, remains a point of doubt, but the piper has never again been seen or heard of from that day to this. Perhaps he wandered down into the land of Thomas the Rhymer, and some day, when it is least expected, may take a thought to revisit the sunlit upper world. That will be a strange moment for the cabmen on the stance beside St. Giles's, when they hear the drone of his pipes reascending from the bowels of the earth below their horses' feet. But it is not only pipers who have vanished, many a solid bulk of masonry has been likewise spirited into the air. Here, for example, is the shape of a heart let into the causeway. This was the site of the toll booth, the heart of Midlothian, a place old in story and name father to a noble book. The walls are now down in the dust, there is no more squalor carceris for merry debtors, no more cage for the old, acknowledged prison breaker, but the sun and the wind play freely over the foundations of the jail. Nor is this the only memorial that the pavement keeps of former days. The ancient burying ground of Edinburgh lay behind St. Giles's Church, running downhill to the Cowgate and covering the site of the present Parliament House. It has disappeared as utterly as the prison or the Lucken booths, and for those ignorant of its history, I know only one token that remains. In the Parliament Close, trodden daily underfoot by advocates, 2 letters and a date mark the resting place of the man who made Scotland over again in his own image, the indefatigable, undissuadable John Knox. He sleeps within call of the church that so often echoed to his preaching. Hard by the reformer, a bandy-legged and garlanded Charles II, made of lead, bestrides a ton-bellied charger. The king has his back turned, and, as you look, seems to be trotting clumsily away from such a dangerous neighbor. Often, for hours together, these 2 will be alone in the close, for it lies out of the way of all but legal traffic. On one side the south wall of the church, on the other the arcades of the Parliament House, enclose this irregular bite of causeway and describe their shadows on it in the sun. At either end, from round St. Giles's buttresses, you command a look into the High Street with its motley passengers, but the stream goes by east and west, and leaves the Parliament Close to Charles II and the birds. Once in a while, a patient crowd may be seen loitering there all day, some eating fruit, some reading a newspaper, and to judge by their quiet demeanor, you would think they were waiting for a distribution of soup tickets. The fact is far otherwise. Within in the justiciary court a man is upon trial for his life, and these are some of the curious for whom the gallery was found too narrow. Towards afternoon, if the prisoner is unpopular, there will be a round of hisses when he is brought forth. Once in a while, too, an advocate in wig and gown, hand upon mouth, full of pregnant nods, sweeps to and fro in the arcade listening to an agent, and at certain regular hours a whole tide of lawyers hurries across the space. The Parliament Close has been the scene of marking incidents in Scottish history. Thus, when the bishops were ejected from the convention in 1688, all 14 of them gathered together with pale faces and stood in a cloud in the Parliament Close, poor episcopal personages who were done with fair weather for life. Some of the West Country societarians standing by, who would have rejoiced more than in great sums to be at their hanging, hustled them so rudely that they knocked their heads together. It was not magnanimous behavior to dethroned enemies, but one, at least, of the societarians had groaned in the boots, and they had all seen their dear friends upon the scaffold. Again, at the woeful Union it was here that people crowded to escort their favourite from the last of Scottish parliaments, people flushed with nationality, as Boswell would have said, ready for riotous acts, and fresh from throwing stones at the author of Robinson Crusoe as he looked out of window. One of the pious in the 17th century, going to pass his trials, examinations as we now say, for the Scottish bar, beheld the Parliament Close open and had a vision of the mouth of hell. This, and small wonder, was the means of his conversion. Nor was the vision unsuitable to the locality, for after an hospital, what uglier piece is there in civilization than a court of law? Hither come envy, malice, and all uncharitableness to wrestle it out in public tourney, crimes, broken fortunes, severed households. The knave and his victim gravitate to this low building with the arcade. To how many has not St. Giles's bell tolled the first hour after ruin? I think I see them pause to count the strokes, and wander on again into the moving high street, stunned and sick at heart. A pair of swing doors gives admittance to a hall with a carved roof, hung with legal portraits, adorned with legal statuary, lighted by windows of painted glass, and warmed by 3 vast fires. This the salle des pas perdus of the Scottish bar. Here, by a ferocious custom, idle youths must promenade from 10 till 2. From end to end, singly or in pairs or trios, the gowns and wigs go back and forward. Through a hum of talk and footfalls, the piping tones of a macer announce a fresh cause and call upon the names of those concerned. Intelligent men have been walking here daily for 10 or 20 years without a rag of business or a shilling of reward. In process of time, they may perhaps be made the sheriff substitute and fountain of justice at Lerwick or Tobermory. There is nothing required, you would say, but a little patience and a taste for exercise and bad air. To breathe dust and bombazine, to feed the mind on cackling gossip, to hear 3 parts of a case and drink a glass of sherry, to long with indescribable longings for the hour when a man may slip out of his travesty and devote himself to golf for the rest of the afternoon, and to do this day by day and year after year, may seem so small a thing to the inexperienced. But those who have made the experiment are of a different way of thinking, and count it the most arduous form of idleness. More swing doors open into pigeon-holes where judges of the first appeal sit singly, and halls of audience where the supreme lords sit by 3 or 4. Here, you may see Scott's place within the bar, where he wrote many a page of Waverley novels to the drone of judicial proceeding. You will hear a good deal of shrewdness, and, as their lordships do not altogether disdain pleasantry, a fair proportion of dry fun. The broadest of broad Scotch is now banished from the bench, but the courts still retain a certain national flavour. We have a solemn enjoyable way of lingering on a case. We treat law as a fine art, and relish and digest a good distinction. There is no hurry, point after point must be rightly examined and reduced to principle, judge after judge must utter forth his obiter dicta to delighted brethren. Besides the courts, there are installed under the same roof no less than 3 libraries, 2 of no mean order, confused and semi-subterranean, full of stairs and galleries, where you may see the most studious-looking Whigs fishing out novels by lantern light, in the very place where the old Privy Council tortured Covenanters. As the Parliament House is built upon a slope, although it presents only 1 story to the north, it measures half a dozen at least upon the south, and range after range of vaults extend below the libraries. Few places are more characteristic of this hilly capital. You descend 1 stone stair after another, and wander, by the flicker of a match, in a labyrinth of stone cellars. Now, you pass below the outer hall and hear overhead, brisk but ghostly, the interminable pattering of legal feet. Now, you come upon a strong door with a wicket. On the other side are the cells of the police office and the trap stair that gives admittance to the dock in the justiciary court. Many a foot that has gone up there lightly enough, has been dead heavy in the descent. Many a man's life has been argued away from him during long hours in the court above. But just now that tragic stage is empty and silent like a church on a weekday, with the bench all sheeted up and nothing moving but the sunbeams on the wall. A little farther and you strike upon a room, not empty like the rest, but crowded with productions from bygone criminal cases, a grim lumber, lethal weapons, poisoned organs in a jar, a door with a shot hole through the panel, behind which a man fell dead. I cannot fancy why they should preserve them, unless it were against the judgment day. At length, as you continue to descend, you see a peep of yellow gaslight and hear a jostling, whispering noise ahead. Next moment you turn a corner, and there, in a whitewashed passage, is a machinery belt industriously turning on its wheels. You would think the engine had grown there of its own accord, like a cellar fungus, and would soon spin itself out and fill the vaults from end to end with its mysterious labors. In truth, it is only some gear of the steam ventilator, and you will find the engineers at hand, and may step out of their door into the sunlight. For all this while, you have not been descending towards the earth's center, but only to the bottom of the hill and the foundations of the Parliament House, low down, to be sure, but still under the open heaven and in a field of grass. The daylight shines garishly on the back windows of the Irish Quarter, on broken shutters, wry gables, old palsied houses on the brink of ruin, a crumbling human pigsty fit for human pigs. There are few signs of life, besides a scanty washing or a face at a window. The dwellers are abroad, but they will return at night and stagger to their pallets. Chapter 4 Legends. The character of a place is often most perfectly expressed in its association. An event strikes